Hello and welcome to the stream today. I am headed south towards San Angelo, Texas, trying to catch up to this huge storm that is really exploding right now. Currently severe warned. A tornado watch has just been issued for 4-inch hail today and tornadoes, so that'll be fun. Um, I think I don't know, kind of an interesting map area. So we get down to San Angelo, we have two choices. We can either go east or we can go south. If we go east, we kind of get into the core of the storm and try to get through it to push out the other side. If we go south, we'll get to closer where rotation could occur. However, there are not many great east-west roads um, to get out ahead of it. So, trying to figure it out. I think I'm going to head south towards Cristobal and try to get on the southern edge of the storm. I think is my plan. At least that's the plan for now. Not a massive tornado risk today, but seems to be increasing as the day goes on. So, yeah, we'll see if we can see anything. So, we should be down in Cristobal somewhere within the next probably half an hour or so. The storm isn't moving too crazy fast, similar to yesterday's storm. So we should have some time to get down there, take a look at this thing, and join the hordes of chasers that are already down there. So thanks for watching today. I'll pop back in as usual once we get closer. So talk to you later. Thanks, y'all. Service has just reissued the severe thunderstorm warning as a destructive thunderstorm with 2.75-inch hail, so basically baseballs, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. So we're going to keep heading south. We're going to go around this storm towards Cristobal or Cristoval, not sure which. And yeah, we're gonna
turn right onto State Highway 306 loop.
We're gonna get on the southern side of this and stay away from that core at all costs. All right, we've made it to the adorable
Turn
little
left
town
onto Toenail Trail, then take the first right.
of Cristoval. Um, and now, as you heard from my GPS, we are turning on to Toenail Trail. What a name. Um, and yeah, we're gonna head
At the stop sign, turn right.
southeast to get on the southern side of the storm. It has picked up speed, but it seems to have lost its um, I don't know, intensity, for lack of a better word.
In about 11 miles, the destination is on your left.
It has been downgraded to 1 inch hail, so no longer the baseball, no longer destructive. Um, but it is still showing signs of at least a little bit of rotation on radar. Um, the actual velocity of it isn't massively impressive, but it is trying to get a little bit of a hook, and it's still ventilating pretty easily. It's in very warm air. It's 85 degrees right now. Very warm air, and it's by itself, so it's got no competition. Um, so it can pretty much do whatever it wants. So we're gonna keep heading down Toenail Trail, and longhorns, and yeah, get on the hopefully the other side of this so we can look back in and start to see something. So we will be there shortly if I can find some roads. That is, road coverage down here is strange, very strange. So yeah, we'll do our best to get there. It's kind of in no man's land right now, so we might have to do a whole bunch of driving to get caught up with it. And probably at some point in the very near future, I'm gonna have to stop for gas. So should have done that back there. That's okay. once we get past these trees, it looks like there might be the start of a lowering back in there. It's very hard to tell. There is just the slightest um, gray cloud that you can barely see, and it's a little hard to tell exactly what it is from this vantage point. But it's in the right area for rotation to form. So if I can get to a better area where I can show it to you, then I will. I'll pop it up on the screen. You can kind of see it in my dash cam here, just right above the road. If you see just that ever so slightly lighter color of cloud, that's roughly the area that we're looking for. It would be amazing if we could see it from this side of the storm, because then we can stay very far away from the core, from any hail core or even the heavy rainfall. We were in decent cell coverage. It looks like we are no longer, so looks like it's going to be Starlink all the way. So hopefully, again, we can stay just far enough away that we can see everything and yet really stay clear of the worst aspects of the storm. It's always my goal, anyway. I'd love to be one of those extreme weather chasers that, goes right into it, but don't have the car for it yet. That lighter area that I was looking at before is pretty much vanished at this point, so if it did try to tighten up, it did so for about a second and then fell apart almost immediately. Again, I still don't see anything in there. We're very close to that southwest nose of the storm, where that area of rotation would form. I don't really even see a wall cloud yet. There's really nothing on velocity data to suggest that there would be anything in there. Just the shape of the structure of the storm. But yeah, as of right now, there's definitely nothing back in there. Gotta say, I am not used to the Texas landscape yet. Everything is much farther away than you initially think it is.
In about 6.5 miles, turn left.
Alright, I'm gonna hit some dirt roads here. Trying to get to this thing. At least our dirt roads are nice. Actually, might just chill out here for a little bit. We don't need to be too massively close to this storm. We'll be able to see everything we want from here. About to go over cattle grate, so camera's gonna get very, very shaky. I'm gonna put y'all up on the roof here. Get the image that I want to show you. So that's looking back into it. Maybe this is a little bit something. I think if there would be something there, that's where it would be. I'm gonna have a sip of coffee while we wait. Which is probably a bad idea at 3:30, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So it looks like they've reissued the severe thunderstorm warning for 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And it is moving to the southeast. Hey, buddy. We do have a little bit of rising motion coming up into here. Just a little bit, just enough to really form that cloud. Schmirk is being a silly boy. He's got slime all over his nose. It's very helpful. I'm going to keep following this road It heads to the south and east-ish, um, which is basically going to parallel the movement of the storm. Again, we are on dirt road, so the camera's going to be very shaky. Um, I think I have a solution for that. I think. We'll have to see if it works. Basically, it's a... Oh, it's good lighting. It's a vibration damper. Um, they make them for Insta360s. Um, they are a tad expensive, so I might try to see if I can find a different kind of vibration damper than that specific one. But I think it'll work for both the dash cam and for the rooftop cam. It should work. I am not going to go flying down this road. As of right now, there's no need. We're paralleling the motion of the storm, and it's all off to my left currently, right out the driver's side door, so off to the northeast. Sorry. So we're fairly close to the radar here, so this should be fairly accurate. If so, radar is showing inflow winds of about 60 to 70, maybe even stronger, miles per hour. If that is true, then we might see this thing start to wrap up pretty quick. If that's true and it's not some kind of radar anomaly. Get ready for a cattle grate. And another one. Ooh, that was even worse. Outside of those very strong winds that radar is picking up going into the storm, there's really nothing of significance on radar with this thing yet. I'm not really even seeing anything in the air yet. I'm gonna stop right here, a little bit of clearing. All right, looks like this area that we're on here is not going to be forming anything. If anything does form, it looks like potentially a new um, area of rotation is forming now on that southeast side where that little nubby is here. Here, I can show it to you. If you look at my radar, that this area that I'm drawing in the circle here, that area looks like it could be forming the new area of rotation, which is going to be over on this side of the storm. So we are gonna keep heading down this road um, and see if we can look back into it. Again, this thing is moving to the southeast, so we are still paralleling that storm motion by following this road, and then it heads down towards looks like US 190, and then we'll hop on 190 towards Menard, Texas. Will be That'll be our current plan anyway. Um, but we'll keep an eye on just right outside our window here because there is still some rising motion yet within that storm. Those lower white clouds that you see there, they're moving upwards into the storm. So kind of a couple areas to compete with here. We'll see which one comes out dominant. right, so this storm is now again destructive. 2.75-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, headed straight into Menard. Problem is, I have to go to Menard because I have to get gas, and that is the only place to get gas. So, I might find a place just outside of that storm, let that hail core hit the town of Menard, and then get gas after that. It looks like there are several storms now that are starting to form, including one to the south. And as we talked about yesterday, when those cells start forming to the south, they start to interrupt with the storms to the north. And then after they merge, have the potential of being stronger than before they merge. So I actually don't mind waiting in Menard to wait for this merger to happen. And kind of see what happens from there. Every now and then I get a peek through the trees, and it looks like this storm is trying to form a little bit of a wall cloud. Oh, that was a very large snake in the road. Did y'all see that? That thing was huge. I have no idea what it was. Anyway, looks like it's trying to form a wall cloud. Velocity on radar isn't too spectacular yet. But it looks like it might be trying to do something as the storm strengthens. Unfortunately, with all these trees, I cannot currently get a very good look at it. And right now it is about 15 miles to my east, which is flat enough here that doesn't mean a whole lot. All right, we're 4 miles from US 190, so we should be getting off the dirt road pretty soon here. All right, finally back on the paved road. Headed into Menard now. Um, this storm is now showing a pretty classic tornado structure, even though velocity still isn't great on it. So, what I'm hoping is that as we come up on some of these hills, maybe get to some clearings, that we'll be able to see something. It is about to head into Menard, Texas. So again, I would not say that there's anything on the ground. According to radar, I'm assuming other chasers can confirm that. Um, but it's wanting to. I think is really what's going on. Um, Now again, I'm going to reiterate, there is another storm from the south that is moving north into it. It is going to. Those two storms are going to interact. They're probably going to interact just east of Menard. So I'm going to get gas as quickly as I can, and then continue to head east towards Mason, Texas. And yeah, we'll see what these two storms do as they merge. And the Weather Service just issued a tornado warning for this storm. Radar indicated still 2.75-inch hail. So yeah, possible tornado and baseball-size hail. We must be in the outflow of the storm right now. We are in some pretty strong winds that are coming at us. So that rotation should be off to our left if we can get a decent clearing to see it. I don't really see anything yet. Looks like I have some marginal cell data, so hopefully the stream won't be too bad as we get closer to the storm. I believe that was a storm chaser in a Winnebago van. That's chasing in style right there. I just gotta figure out how to get my bus to be able to go 80 miles an hour down these roads, and we'll be fine. Yeah, totally just killed that. Nope, I did not kill that bird, but feathers went everywhere. I think it was a roadrunner. Feathers definitely went everywhere. Poor thing. will say the birds of Texas, they have a death wish. The amount of birds I've almost hit today have been a little ridiculous. Tornado warning is still radar indicated, so nothing has been observed quite yet. I genuinely would be surprised if a tornado did touch down, purely because that southern storm is starting to get close. It's going to start interrupting the inflow of this one. Unfortunately, what you're seeing on the dash cam is going to be about as good as it gets right now until we can get to a clearing. I can see some rotating clouds for sure, but I cannot see a particular lowering or anything below the base of the storm. So if y'all can peek through the trees, you might be able to see something. That's going to be one of the best shots that we have right now. Come on, trees. Wow. I'm going to flip y'all back to the dash cam as we spin around here. That's going to be the wall cloud directly in front of us now. That is the massive area of rotation right in front of us. Wow, look at that. My goodness. Absolutely spectacular. Tornado warning is still radar indicated. Wow, my goodness. Wow. I don't know if y'all are as impressed by this as I am, but oh my goodness. I'm actually gonna, I think, pull off a little bit here. We're gonna get y'all up on the roof and get you a slightly better image of this whole storm. So I'm popping radar back up here now. As you can see now, those two storms. If you look down in my radar, or yeah, in my radar screen here, we have the northern storm here, which is moving to the south and east, and then this little cluster, which is just severe warned, is moving up into it now. These two are now going to collide and go through a big merger process. And what comes out after that, the whole thing now is going to push east, is going to remain a pretty big question. So, um, as this merger happens, like I said before, I'm going to head into the town of Menard, try to get gas as quickly as possible, and then head east to get up ahead of now what will be this new storm after the merger is complete. I'm rapidly rethinking trying to get in a town right now. It looks like that main core is about to hit Menard. Um, I might chill out for a few minutes, try to let that thing pass before I head straight into it. Um, Looks like a storm spotter may have seen a tornado on the ground. Warning is still listed as radar indicated. Um, but a storm spotter, pull up the report here. Tornado in progress just west of Menard, is what they said. We obviously didn't see anything on our side, so now it was trying to wrap a whole bunch of rain around it. And so it is possible that as that rain started to move around it, that main rotation area was hidden from us, which is very, very likely. Meanwhile, around the area, there's a couple other little blips that are starting to pop up. Um, there is one headed back towards San Angelo again, severe thunderstorm warning. There's another severe thunderstorm warning to the northwest of San Angelo. Nothing too crazy with either of them yet. There is lots of potential today. Can't even see Schmerg. It's too dark. Wow. Ooh, that was close. There he is. He's doing good. He's just hanging out currently. So this morning, where I was camping, it it rained so hard last night, and then first thing this morning, when we woke up, it was still raining. There were like two cells over the entire region, and both of them went over us. Wow. And Schmerg was covered in mud. I was covered in mud. The car is covered in mud. But on the way out, the road was so soft. Not swim out of there. It was a little ridiculous this morning. Tornado warning has now been upgraded to observed. I'm guessing they're going by that storm report, um, which I definitely believe existed. The storm just wrapped a bunch of rain um, around that rotation and totally hid it from us. So we got to see it for a few seconds. Wow. Someone reported 3.25-inch hail just west of Menard. Not the only one here. There's a couple of us that are hanging out here, waiting for the worst of this to pass. Looks like the majority of chasers are trying their hardest to get east of this. If I didn't need gas, I'd probably be one of them. Today would be a great day to have a wind-powered car. All right, it looks like the worst of this might be moving on. So I'm going to drift into Menard. See if we can get some gas. And if we start getting into any crazy hail, I'll pull off. I'm not diving into the baseballs. So I still have no cell reception out here right now. So it's only all I got is Starlink for you. So if it goes down, I don't really have any of your options until I can get Starlink back or until cell comes back. We are getting a little bit of hail right now. Mostly a lot of wind, though. Very, very windy. The little bit of hail that we are getting is maybe pea size. They're more like partially frozen raindrops. All right, everyone, can you hear me? All right, if you can hear me and you're still with me, I am still in Menard, Texas. The power was out at one of the gas stations. I decided to hang out there until the hail stopped. Now I am at another gas station, which is currently full. And at this point, now that I can finally look at some radar, I think I'm just going to wait here until the rain ends, honestly. I will likely not continue trying to follow this storm because to get out ahead of it means going through that rain and hail again. Yeah, should have stopped for gas sooner is the moral of the story. So I did record some footage from here in the middle of the storm and then also at the end of the storm. So I'll be posting that a little bit later. There is a lot of flash flooding in this town right now. This storm just kind of kept going and going and going and just wouldn't stop. One thing that I might try doing is once the storm finally pushes east and I can get some gas, which I'm going to actually head over and get in line for gas. I might try to drop south out of here. And, yeah, no kidding. I might try to head south out of here and see if we can get back to the southern side of this. But as you can see in front of me, I mean, that's how much water is around. It is pretty remarkable. At this point, I'm not sure if people are actually getting gas or if they're just still trying to take shelter. Looks like they are trying to get gas. So yeah, when I was up here, the pumps weren't actually working. At least the card reader wasn't. And there was a gentleman who decided that his military service was more important than me trying to get gas and was actively harassing me. So I just decided to wait it out since I knew I wasn't going to get ahead of this storm anyway. So, you know, some people, right? Some people's people. Try to move a little bit forward here so people can back up because I'm very much so blocking the way here. Not entirely sure which other way to go though, because I know these 3 other vehicles have been here since I got here. So we are still totally on Starlink. I would not be surprised if either power got knocked out to the local cell tower or if the tower got struck by lightning. Either one of those would not surprise me. This is a mighty impressive storm. So there are still 2 tornado warnings on it. Again, my data is quite delayed, so I'm not sure what belongs to what right now. Both warnings look like they are radar indicated. Looks like that the cell to the south currently has the best velocity couplet on it. Sounds like there's still pieces of hail that are coming down. these guys. Oh, hang on, just give me 1 second to try to get out of y'all's way here. Are you going or not? Drive would be helpful. Alright, I'm putting my turn signal on so everyone knows that I'm here to get gas. Alright, finally. Alright. So, back up, Jürgen. Back up. Alright, I see I'm cutting in and out a little bit. Jürgen, can you sit down so I can see, please? Thank you. So hopefully y'all can still hear me. I am going to head south. Which will not be easy because this town has, for all intents and purposes, been brought down to about a lane and a half trying to get out of here. So I'm gonna head towards Junction and try to wrap around the southern side of this storm. Oh boy, I'm not paying the least bit of attention. Anyway, gonna try to head down around the south side of this storm, see if I can get a look into where that rotation is. It's gonna be a hike to get there. Because I obviously am not entirely sure which is the best way to go. Alright, so it looks like we're about 35 minutes or so from Junction, Texas. And then if I can figure out how to get east from there. Oh, that was crazy, y'all. That was absolutely crazy. Jürgen did great in the little bit of hail that we got. He wasn't too worried at all. Oops. He just put his nose right on my elbow and he was fine. Was a little hard to tell, but I think there were a bunch of other chasers as well who decided to wait that out. If you were lucky enough to already have been ahead of it or squeeze in between those two storms as they merged, then you could have gotten east of it. But even looking at where a lot of the chasers are now, they're just right in the middle of it. Assuming that their locations are accurate, because they may not have internet too. I still don't have any cell data. I'm still working just off of a Starlink, so there must be an AT&T outage out here. Ooh, good lord, that was a lot of water on the road. Put out my filters back on, so my audio filters. So hopefully you can hear my voice a little clearer now. And this is a mean setup right now. Just a mean setup. That rotation down to the southwest of Mason is really starting to dig in. So hopefully we can get there and see something. Fortunately, I think we're going to be stuck in quite a bit of traffic right now as this region pretty much sat still for, what, an hour? Probably even more, even longer. Yeah, so a lot of chasers are trying to get east of it, but they are right in the middle of just that heavy rain and that hail, it looks like, too. Trying to see what the rate or what the warning says. Hail size is 2.5 inches in there. Doesn't surprise me. The hail that we got a lot of pea-size hail. There was some bigger stuff in there, maybe some up to the size of pennies. But really P and P plus, I'd say. So nothing too terrible. We did get a couple dingers that hit the windshield, but I don't think it did any damage to the vehicle. It was just loud. And then obviously just that heavy downpour. It looked like the north half of town was without power, but the southern half of town still had power. So if that was the only gas station in town that was open because they had power, geez, that's wild. I'm glad that I was able to get filled up, because that was, I may have lived in Menard, Texas for a little while because I wasn't getting anywhere. So come on, y'all. All right, we are going to take the roundaboutiest way to get to.
For about 26 miles, continue straight.
Okay, just stay on this road. All right, sorry, we're going to take the roundaboutiest way to get to see the other side of the storm, but I think that is currently our only option. Took us days to get there at 45 miles an hour, though. On a 75-mile-an-hour highway. Glad to see everyone's here. If you're just tuning in, we had eyes on the storm that was heading into Menard and had to get gas because we were pretty much out. I was just on the outside of the storm, waiting it out, and was hoping that I could get in to get to Menard, get gas, and then get through the storm. Ended up getting stuck in Menard and letting the storm sort of pass. It's very, very slowly moving, but now we are headed south towards Junction, Texas, taking the roundabout way to get on the southern side of the storm. It is currently tornado warned, with radar indicated rotation and 2.5 inch hail. We're going to try to get eyes on it, get around to the underside of it, and see what we can see. So we are about 30 minutes or so from Junction, and hopefully we can get eyes on this thing soon. Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate it. Also, looks like I have 1 bar of cell service now, so maybe we'll be able to keep the stream health a little better than it was before, but we're getting back into this heavy rain and into some pea-sized hail again, too. You can get some of the enjoyable background noise. very heavy rainfall and a little bit of hail coming through. I'm about to get hit by a semi. Oh man, this is brutal. Not really sure what he wants me to do about the car in front of me. hey, y'all are back. Oh, it's been an interesting couple minutes. Almost got hit by a semi 3 times. Once was accidental. The other 2 times were very much so malicious. Just in a passing lane like this, and he was not happy that I was passing him, and so he decided he was gonna try to play chicken with me. Not sure how fast he wanted me to go through the car in front of me, but here we are. Anyway, we are almost out of the rain. Unfortunately, due to very slow driving, I am not convinced we're going to be able to catch up with this storm at all. For no other reason than it's just going to be very slow driving. Oh, I have full cell signal again though, so that's good. So y'all should be seeing me crystal clear now. There are just vehicles everywhere right now. Okay, in the meanwhile, I don't know if my radar is updating quite yet, but the tornado warning on this storm has been upgraded to a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation. My intent is still to try to get over that way if possible. I think I'm going to work on trying to get to Harper and then popping back north from there. Maybe it's, I don't know, it's 45 minutes to Harper. It's going to be even slower.
Starting route to Harper. In about 9.5 miles, turn left to merge onto I-10 East.
All right, looks like we're starting to get into some clearing, which is a good sign. And you never know when those rogue hailstones are gonna come flying at you. Some good lighting. Spinning my rooftop camera around currently, seeing if there's anything worth seeing back there, and I don't currently see anything worth looking at. Just a big old thunderstorm right now. All right, so again, it looks like we can see the area of rotation, but it's completely rain wrecked on the at least on the back side, and I don't know about on the front. Um, so you can see where that big rotation is, but you can't see anything in it. Let me get some settings readjusted here so that we can see. So back in there is where the rotation and at this point I would say likely tornado, if it's not on the ground yet, it probably will be soon. I don't see any debris signatures on radar currently. And that velocity couplet is very broad yet. There might be a chance for something in there. Um, from what I can see here, which is not much, I genuinely don't know. But like I said, that it is a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. Let me see if I can pull up some reports. So I don't see any reports, and honestly, all of the chasers they're not underneath that mezzo. So if it is rain wrapped, we're not going to be really seeing much of anything in there. But that is a massive area of rotation in there. That's pretty wild. Well, it's been a pretty unbelievable, what, hour and a half now, all things considered. Always leaves you on your toes, always keeps you guessing. Wow. So, radar just went a little nuclear in there. It almost looks like winds are so strong in there that radar is like overcompensating for it. It's measuring areas of over 100 miles an hour. So even if there's not a tornado on the ground, at the very least, there are some wildly intense winds in there, not to mention the hail threat. So you got golf balls or ping pong balls potentially flying through the air at about 100 miles an hour.
In 1 mile, turn left to merge onto I-10 East.
All right, so we're just getting into the town of Junction now. We're going to merge on to I-10 and start pushing east. As we push east, in theory, we should be getting closer to this, so there is potential to see something yet. Here. Wow, looks like this whole area is without power too.
And at the next one, turn left.
Can't tell if pumps are working. People are at the pumps. I don't see anyone filling up right now. And then you get south of the highway, and there's all power down here.
Lane to merge onto I-10 East.
Sorry, y'all, we went under a bridge. Bridges are terrible for my Starlink, and again, I only have very little cell, so tricky areas, tricky areas. All right, there we go. Just got my radar updated. That is currently what we are headed towards. We are not there yet, obviously. We are in Junction, getting on I-10. So back in there is where we're looking. Actually, it's probably more forward than that at this point. It's going to be up in there. Still labeled as radar indicated. I'm guessing at this point it's so, if there is anything, it is entirely rain wrapped. There's almost no way that it can't be. It's a monster of a storm, that's for sure. Quite the wind tunnel we're in right now. All right, storm spotter reports in Mason of 1.75 inch hail. Um, Not sure what time that came through. That was just reported. So that was in that main hail core going through Mason right now. 1.75 inch hail through there. Uh, Tornado warning is still radar indicated. No reports of a tornado on the ground yet, but again, I'll reiterate, just looking at radar, it is going to be so incredibly rain wrapped that the odds of seeing a tornado on the ground through that are incredibly slim. So we'll have to wait to see if there's actually damage, to see if there's a tornado on the ground. It's a bummer when that happens like that. It makes it impossible to help people, warn people, but fortunately, that's just the way it goes sometimes. So it'll be back in there, underneath the base of the clouds there. You're currently 25 miles as the crow flies from the area of rotation. adjusting some image settings for you there. Somehow the saturation got a little crazy. All right, I just reconnected to chat here, and I see that you guys were talking about not being able to see and hear me. So hopefully, I'm coming through clear now. Again, if you didn't hear me earlier, I will reiterate: I got stuck in Menard, Texas, underneath that massive thunderstorm, and was without internet entirely through the whole thing. So looks like signal should be good now. Hopefully we're moving in a positive direction. So I appreciate y'all being here and sticking with me. Um, we're we're heading to try to see if we can see anything with this PDS tornado warning. You can see video but no audio. So I do have some audio settings turned on so that you don't hear all the background noise. When I'm not actively on a storm, I will play some background music, but it's the background music kind of clashes with the flashing PDS tornado warning. So let me know if you'd rather hear the whole atmosphere, all the road noise and all that kind of stuff, if that'd be helpful to you. Otherwise, I just kind of keep my settings pretty low so that you only hear my voice and not all the background noise. All right, I'll turn my filters off here. So that's what everything sounds like as is. So let me know if that works for you. I know it is helpful to hear the whole thing so that you know that it's not like frozen or something. I get that. real updates from inside there yet. Storm Spotter has reported a rotating wall cloud in there, but still no tornado on the ground yet. Wow, somewhere was reported 5-inch hail. That is massive. 5-inch hail and 73-mile-an-hour wind gusts were observed. I would not want to see softballs flying at 73 miles an hour at myself. House, car, any of it. That is wild. I'm currently reading the discussion that the Storm Prediction Center just issued. They're talking about this particular supercell and an emerging mesoscale convective system, which is when you get those big lines of storms that come through. Usually when those MCSs develop, if you're not familiar with those terms, that's when we lose the tornado threat and we get the giant hail and wind threat. That is most common with those. In the meantime, though, this supercell currently has nothing ahead of it competing with it. So, at least for the time being, it can suck in some pretty warm, moist air, keep that updraft going, and continue the tornado threat. And get y'all positioned back, looking back towards the storm now. Like I said earlier, we're taking the roundaboutiest way to try to get to this thing, but once we get to Harper, we'll have all of the options, which is nice. So now it's going to be interesting with this storm. Winds are coming out of the storm now, which means that the cold air from the very top of the storm is starting to plunge down to the surface and spreading out. So if it's going to start to cold pool itself, which is possible, that is usually the death of tornado genesis. Based on the rotation that I'm still seeing, if that is true, that would not be a bad thing, because if this is putting a tornado on the ground, it's got to be pretty big. better looks we're going to get of it from this vantage point anyway. Venerable Owl, I appreciate that. I am not inherently opposed to it. However, this is only my, I believe, 7th live stream, and I'm very much so still getting some things figured out and in order. So, as of right now, I would like to get myself a little bit more together before I do that, just to make sure that I'm putting out a good product for you and for myself as well. So you are more than welcome to use the footage at any time, but yeah, just be aware that it's not always going to be the best footage, because I'm very new at the live stream game. Not new to chasing. I've been chasing for a while, but still trying to get everything with the live stream figured out. So yeah, reach out again in, like, you know, probably a month or so, and I'll be in a much better position. Yeah, learning every time I stream, I learn something new and talk to more people and get more information about how to do this. So we're getting there, slowly but surely. We're getting there. But I again, greatly appreciate the offer, and yeah, you have my permission to use footage whenever you see fit. But yeah, it won't always be the greatest at first, but we'll get there. We'll definitely get there. For any newcomers as well, I chased in a 2012 Ford Escape. I have converted it into an overlanding rig as well. So I am able to camp anywhere, totally off grid, and do this for relatively low costs. And those costs that I get to save from hotels and all of that are going into the live stream and into the footage. So I'm very excited to be able to do that too. So yeah, just so you'll know, this week, today will definitely be my last live stream. I have to head back home tomorrow. Car's going in the garage on Wednesday morning. My air conditioning does not work properly, and as soon as my refrigerant runs out, my computer starts overheating, and the stream totally shuts down. So getting that fixed, and then I'm going to do a little bit of a rebuild for the interior, for the overlanding aspect of it, to make it better and more comfortable to be able to do this more long term. So oh, and I evidently missed my exit. Shoot. Thanks, Venerable. I appreciate that. Alright, give you all a little bit of an update of what my plan is here. So, new tornado warning came out, not a PDS warning, just a regular old tornado warning, and it is, the rotation is heading southeast. So I am going to head towards the Fredericksburg area. I'm going to try to get ahead of the mass chaos of chasers. Give us a little bit of time to get into a position where we can look back into the storm. Rotation still remains strong, so I'm not I'm not too overly worried about it. Looks like most of the chasers are starting to head towards Fredericksburg anyway, so if we can kind of keep ourselves ahead of the storm and out of the chaser convergence, I think that'll be a win-win for everyone. Starting to look a little messy back there, but at the same time we are now back in 87-degree temperatures, so whatever attempt at cold cooling itself didn't last long. It is still out ahead of this thing. It is just prime conditions to keep this thing going. Alright, we're about 15 minutes from Harper. That is not our final destination. As soon as we get there, we're going to head straight east, right for Fredericksburg, to get right in front of this potential tornado. And then, as we get closer to it, we should be able to get some good views of it.
In 2 miles, take exit 492 onto FM 479.
back in there, it is just dark. But we're a ways away from it yet, so I'm not particularly surprised that we can't see anything down in there. At this point, we're a little over 20 miles away from the area of rotation. But that will be changing quickly.
Take exit 492 onto FM 479. At the stop sign, turn left onto Reservation Road. In 8.2 miles, turn right onto US 290.
I love these Texas roads. They're all like 65, 70, 75 mile an hour roads for these just backcountry two-lane roads. They're great. Every now and then, if you haven't seen him yet, that's my Schmerg. His name is Jürgen. He's a 5-year-old Great Dane. We call him Schmerg because he's a Schmerg. It's just the way it is. So he's my buddy. He comes with me everywhere I go. He does not like hail, but he's getting better. He's getting through it. While we chase, though, he just leaves the whole time. Don't you? His favorite things in the whole wide world are treats and rides. He loves them both. Unfortunately, if you met him in person, he's not particularly friendly to strangers. He is very protective, which on one hand drives me nuts, but on the other hand, I don't hate being an overlander. It is a little bit helpful. But yeah, he's a big boy, 120 pounds, and he stays in the Escape with me. He also does not like to be talked about at all. Very against it. That Schmerg. Jürgen is his full name. You're getting hellos in chat. People are saying hi to you. Yeah, they are. They're saying hi. The Schmerg cam is new this week. I was able to get some better cameras for my dash cam, and so I took my old webcam and put it on him. my camera settings got all kinds of messed up. So hopefully that looks a little bit better and not so garish. Alright, radar update. Tornado warning is still radar indicated. 1.75 inch hail. Rotation is strong, but we're starting to get a little ways from the San Angelo radar. See if I'm any closer to any others. Not really. We're in a bit of a radar hole now. So this is going to be a eyes on the ground kind of scenario. That area of rotation is going to be off to our right, so forward and to the right of the screen. If there is anything particular to see there. I'm going to see if my rooftop cam is in an okay spot to take a look at. I'm a little disoriented right now. I can't quite tell if I'm looking at the wall cloud up there. It would be in that area. Let's get you forward here. So it would be up there, I think, I believe. I could be very wrong about that. I think it's more in... it is, yeah. It's more in front of me than over there. Should be in there. Right in that rain shaft. We're back into cool weather. I know it says 83 on the screen. On the dash, it's reading 75. So it's a little bit cooler right underneath these storms yet. into Harper right now. Gonna keep heading east towards Fredericksburg. Not yet seeing anything too crazy back in there yet. Temperature's still dropping at 72 here now. Winds, I believe, are coming out of the storm, but I would not say they're particularly strong yet. No recent reports from this storm. Hoping to get out of town pretty quick here so we can see. I still can't really see much back in there. A lot of rain, whatever it is, just it's covered in rain. Green back in there though. like there's some, might be some rising motion in those clouds there. Because that's not all helpful. There we go. Looks like that area of rotation has broadened tremendously and has really weakened. No surprise. much so still here. I'm just not really seeing much of anything other than just a big, nasty thunderstorm. Not yet, anyway. I keep looking back in there, but unless I'm just catastrophically missing it. There's really nothing even of major significance on radar. Yeah, so along US 290, I think that's behind me, I believe. And I'm looking at that area that's kind of sticking out there. I'm not really sure what's going on there. The main rotation is still up on 87. So I'm trying to get to Fredericksburg. We'll sit there for a few minutes to keep ahead of it. It is wicked dark though for 6:30. So at the very least, the storm is very much just cycling right now. It looks like there was some convection out ahead of it that got sucked up into it. So it's kind of going through a mini merger process, it looks like. like that, we're back into 83-degree weather. So out ahead of this primary rotation, it's still warm and juicy. Trying to keep y'all pointed back to that storm, but there are a lot of curves on this road all of a sudden. It's not quite as photogenic as the storms last night were, but man, this thing is nasty regardless of what's going on in there. Trying to get to Fredericksburg as quickly as possible so we can get a good southerly road again. Once we do get to Fredericksburg, if we can get a good sight on it, I'll stop so we can watch it come through, but then be able to head south to stay ahead of it. turning into a huge wind event very, very quickly. Radar is measuring a pretty broad area of 60 plus mile an hour winds. This thing is so big, there's no specific point to look at. Yeah, we're gonna keep following 87 south here, I think. We'll try to get out of town and then find a decent place to stop and take a look back. Gonna make y'all a little bit dizzy. Alright, so it looks like the Weather Service has allowed that tornado warning to expire on this storm, and they have issued a severe thunderstorm warning for it. The severe thunderstorm warning is for 1.75 inch hail, so ping pongs, and 60 mile an hour winds. Or sorry, golf balls, not ping pongs, golf balls. About the 10th time I've seen this truck this week. The Storm Chaser truck. I like their truck. It's a nice truck. So if there wasn't a big thunderstorm coming through, this is a cool town. I mean, it's still a cool town, even, you know what I mean. So I'm gonna back my radar out here a little bit, and we'll take a quick gander at it down in the radar screen there. You can see that, like we were talking about before, this is starting to form into that MCS, that mesoscale convective system, which will convert this from the tornado risk that we had into a predominantly wind and hail risk. So at least for the time being, we will likely get now we're getting a pretty good look at this storm as it comes into Fredericksburg. So again, not tornado warned anymore. As all of these storms merge into a big MCS, we will lose that tornado threat pretty quickly, which is not a bad thing. Getting the rooftop camera turned around. Fortunately, it's not a full 360 camera. It doesn't go the whole way, which is very unfortunate. So that's looking at this storm off the driver's side of the car. So behind me and off to the driver's side, off to the left. If I can find a really particularly good spot to pull off, we can watch this thing for a little bit as it comes in. It's going to pack a punch as it comes into town. Radar is measuring close to 80-mile-an-hour winds in there. Helicopter rides. I don't think I'd want to be in a helicopter right now. Sorry. pretty good look at it here. Let me put you back on the roof. So we are positioned just south of town, halfway between Fredericksburg and Luckenbach. Looks like the worst of that storm is going to move just past us. It's kind of right in the highway. It is a monster from right to left. That turned out not at all well. Hey, buddy, you're gonna stay here. Alright, I'm gonna try to do some stuff on the fly here and see how it works. pano of this storm. I'm going to see if I can bring it up. Hopefully without destroying everything. So far, not off to a great start. In the meantime, let me swing the camera back off to the left here again. There you go. Take a look at the edge of the storm there. So cool. So cool. Starting to get some wind from it. Starting to get a lot of wind from it. Oh my goodness. It's I don't know if y'all can see the dust kicking up here. Might be our cue to head south again. Yeah, because we're going to be right in the middle of this. Ooh. Just got pelted with rain with my window down. Turn? I did just make a wrong turn, yes. I need to turn around here somewhere. Perhaps up here? Good enough. Don't want to go east this time, want to go south. Still gonna try to get that pano up to show y'all, but I want to get away from this storm first before we do that. All right, now we're headed south. Horrible lighting conditions. Can't really see much of anything. So that's the panoramic I just took at the gas station there of this storm as it was coming in. The thing is massive. It's humongous. So I'm hoping to get a little bit more south and west. Let this storm pass right in front of us. I think if I keep heading down this road, we'll be able to watch it, but from a safe distance. into some thick tree cover again. Oh, spoke too soon. Perfect. Get to the other side of this open area. We should be able to get a decent look back at it again. Maybe. Got another, well, I don't know if it's another storm or a part of the storm that's just off to our east, so we're getting a little bit of rain from that right now. Not currently warned at all. Here at once. So out ahead of this, what is quickly becoming an MCS, there's these little tiny cells that are forming up that are showing a little bit of rotation in them, but they're quickly getting sucked up into the larger storm. I have found myself in the absolute middle of nowhere. new thunderstorm warning has been issued for now the whole system for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Considerable damage tag on it. That's someone's driveway. Spin you all around and see if I can get you any better angles of this from the other side of the car. Nope, not really. So I just made y'all dizzy for no reason. This spot was like made for a storm chaser. All right. Take a look at the shelf cloud coming in. I'm going to step outside and grab a few pictures with my camera. Stay there, buddy. inside, go. Oh, I somehow have a giant burr on my shorts. Whoa, that hurt. All right, well, if you're still hanging out with me, this MCS is going to pass, putting off a lot of lightning and a lot of wind too. You can see down at the little grasses that are right in front of me. I see I'm coming and going here. Oh, and there is a new tornado warning out. We will never be able to get it, not with our... That's for a new severe thunderstorm warning. Not with our road coverage here, we won't be able to catch up to it. But that's okay, because it's getting mighty, mighty dark out here right now. All right. Well, if y'all can still hear me, if you're still with me, I'm going to. This is going to be the end of the stream for us today. I do not like to chase in the dark, because you can't see anything. And the fun part about chasing is being able to see everything. Not to mention cell coverage is getting awfully spotty around here. So again, if y'all can hear me, hopefully you can. I did not realize how poor our coverage was getting there. I do apologize for that. We should be back in the clear now. So for those of you who have stuck with me all day today, I do appreciate it. As I mentioned earlier, this is going to be my last stream for a little bit as I head home to make some repairs on my vehicle and get it ready for the next round of chasing. So that's going to do it for me today.